whatever's coming. You're not dead? How's it going? Sorry. That's good. More effective to just press the square button. Oh yeah, that's right. This is one of the weapons I don't have maxed out yet. So fast. It's just as fast as the player's one. You get me every time. Such a deceptive range. Magnets. How do they work? Oh wait, he's just gonna go into Dark Realm and that buff's gonna go away. Yeah. He's actually using spinning moves at me for once. He's not just spamming the spin grab. I love how they fixed the broken ass animations that you could do with a single katana, but not with the Kusari Gauntlet. Spinning top. Nope, can't grab what's a yokai. I'm not a key. I need to double flex one of the things, apparently. Yo, I don't know if you're still here, but that dude you linked me that photo of definitely hacked those items in. I don't care how much you know life this game. There's no way you got to plus 30 with plus 4 and 5 being the max droppable stuff. I only realized how long it would take you to actually do that with stuff in the game currently the other day when getting to plus 10 felt like it took me forever. And I've gone through hundreds of plus items, but you just don't get that many of them. You get a lot of fucking plus level purples though. I don't know, I'm just gonna go out of my way and say that that stuff was edited. Save edited. I wouldn't say hacked, but save edited. Or something like that. Either that or they figured out some weird glitch. No way they did that legitimately. Burst me, boy. Burst me, boy. You know you want to burst. Burst. missile on still. Never mind. Okay, then just miss. Okay, then. Such a strong, normal high speed attack. Okay, you just completely missed me. These should be close to being max proficiency. I like how they fall before the firebomb even actually hits them. There we go. Double. vulnerability period, like spawn camp, like spawn camper. At least that doesn't do Nioh 1 damage. Or I'd have been dead. Okay. Watch how fast I can regenerate. Bastard. What the? You could hear it on my controller, me mashing X. You could hear it. You could probably hear me going. What the fuck? I swear sometimes this game acts as if you're not pressing a specific button. It could be any button on the controller, but randomly it just chooses a button on the controller and it's like you're not pressing that button. You might think you are pressing that button, but you're not pressing that button. Funny how that works, isn't it, Jimbo? Whoa! Scampy! Scampo! Scamp. Scamp it up. I'm gonna scamp it now. Scamp it now. That was horse cock. You know. Oh, finally. After how many kills? animation where I couldn't dodge out of it. Son of a slapstick.
いらっしゃい。じっくり見ていって。どれも自信作だよ。またどうぞ。
Emoji raising hand with medium live feature. Muted.
Oh yeah, I was muted. Sorry. I remember I muted myself because I wanted to get up and grab something to eat, and then I grabbed it and I never unmuted myself. How's it going though, man? Sorry I can't ever seem to stream properly. Without being friendly. I can't even remember what I was saying. Just something about the game, probably. Even though I am kind of just doing the same thing over and over again. I had a headache yesterday. Right before I started streaming. I took a naproxen, took a big swig of milk, and sat here and played, I think for like only like an hour and a half before it kicked in, the pain went away, and I'm like, I'm fucking tired, and I just wanted to sleep. I've had chronic headaches since I was young. So bad. Also, the weather's been kind of shitty. I mean, I'm kind of used to having no rain in the northeast, but Like, we didn't even get a short enough spring to grow radishes successfully. Which is just fucking stupid. There shouldn't be such a reduction in the amount of time in between when there's fucking snow on the ground and when it's 90 degrees outside. Both have to be in opposite directions. The headaches are migraine based or inflammatory based? Sometimes you can have a migraine that's caused by inflammatory stuff, but that usually has to be really bad. Normally migraine is caused by muscle problems. When was the last time you even played on your console? If you even played. Sorry, I'm not exactly the same as I watched. It's one of those games that's kind of hard to talk and play at the same time, even after doing it 1,000 times. Half of the time I go in between his legs, I don't mean to. And then when I want to, I don't. Alright, this is taking way too fucking long.
Also, the weather here has drastically gotten colder, Sash.
Well, there's a real easy question I can ask you to help you determine what it is. If you are unsure. And that is...
I have been playing lately, only for a couple hours a day though. I've been playing SpongeBob and a bit of Prison Architect.
So the one question I have to ask is, when you have your headache, Does lifting anything over 5 pounds make your head feel worse? Or does reaching down and touching your toes and standing back up make your head feel worse? Because if that does, then it's most likely a migraine. Whereas a normal inflammation-based headache, doing that won't make it hurt that much more. But if you do that with a migraine, that'll make your migraine go like throb, throb, throb. It'll make it feel like you just like antagonize it. Because if it's like a throbbing headache that comes upon physical exertion or movement or trying to do anything like focusing, and it makes your head hurt more, then that's a migraine. But if it just like is mild and isn't too bad and it's kind of just an annoyance, then it's most likely inflammatory. And taking a light inflammatory medicine or drinking a herbal tea with an anti-inflammatory in it will work good too. I would list off.
Definitely not a migraine. Also, I can't swallow pills.
What do you mean? Are you one of those people who can't swallow solid things without gagging? My cousin is like that. I always used to laugh at him when I was younger. Sorry, when I was younger. Sorry, I'm kinda tired. See, I'm one of those weirdos where I can put a pill in the back of my throat, no water, dry as fuck, haven't eaten or drank anything, and I can just swallow and I can feel it go like it's scraping down the chalkboard on the back of my throat. It's fucking terrible sometimes.
I just can't figure out how to swallow. It's nothing physical, it's just the mental hurdle.
It's one of the only things that you can take orally and you can feel it go all the way down into your stomach. Especially if it's a gel capsule, because the shit just sticks to your esophagus if you don't take water. What do you mean figure out how to swallow? You just... For people who have a hard time swallowing, all you do is you put it in a spoonful of something that you're going to swallow anyways. Like, do you chew yogurt or something like that? You can trick your brain into thinking it's not as much as it is. I've had to do that with other people or relatives. Like I said, my cousin, that's how he had to take some medicine, is he would take it with a spoon, in a spoonful of something that he could just swallow, that would like give him the illusion that he wasn't actually swallowing the pill. He was just swallowing a spoonful of yogurt even though the pill was in the yogurt, sort of thing. I know that sounds weird, but that's what you have to do with certain people. Because they really don't have like liquid anti-inflammatory unless, like I said, you want to get into drinking tea and get into herbal medicine. That's your only other solution. But those can have adverse side effects with actual pill form medication, so you got to be careful with things like valerian and eleuthero and all of those other herbs which have controversial uses. Some of them aren't controversial. Some of them are scientifically known that this plant is anti-inflammatory, and if you use it with other things, it can cause issues. Even in pregnant women are advised not to use specific herbs because it can actually lead to a higher chance of miscarriage.
Nothing I've done works though, lol. I can swallow with water or food.
Because if you'd prefer to drink tea, I'd just recommend Googling. I wouldn't look at the top results as a thing. Go to like a couple like decent websites that aren't just some 50-year-old woman's blog on plants. Not that they're incorrect. It's just a lot of the time they try to tie in bullshit spiritualism with actual medical science and herbal medicine. A lot of the time herbal medicine and spirituality and this bullshit energy that they always like to talk about, that everything's connected. And I don't like to call it bullshit, but humans love to create these human-made facets of ideas to try and explain how things work. And not that I hate that, I just hate it when they don't use science. They don't use science. They just go, well, look at how everything is. Clearly it's connecting via energy. It's like, where? How is that happening? You're just saying it's happening because somewhere in your brain you had a dream where you convinced yourself that that's how that works. That's like how people convince themselves of religion. It's no different. That's all it is convincing someone. It's not anything more than that. And a lot of herbal medicine is he say, she say bullshit. I'd recommend, if you're looking up a plant, look up any scientific literature on that plant and on chemicals that are known to be in that plant and what they do. What their properties are, what they do in what amounts, what it causes to overdose, how much you should take, how much you shouldn't take, because there are limits for all that kind of stuff, even in normal herbal medicine. But only in true herbal medicine, not alchemical witchcraftery with spiritual energy summoning the Wendigo or something like that. I don't know, I've just always thought that was completely preposterous. The fact is that National Geographic, when National Geographic puts out a layman's terms thing, so that you can better understand something, you know that something has become more widely accepted science. Like plants connect via fungal networks and bacteria in the soil. That's what they do. They don't connect via this electromagnetic energy force that sends this energy and they can all sense each other's presence and stuff. That's no. Obviously, if a plant is growing next to another plant and their leaves are touching, they're going to know that one is next to each other. But knowledge is a subjective thing, and them knowing something isn't knowing in our way. It doesn't get stored in a memory bank. The plant just goes, oh, this is kind of crowded, maybe I should grow in this direction instead. Because that's what they're programmed to do. That's how all plant cells are programmed. You go towards the light. That's the energy. The fucking radiation that comes down from the sky. That's the energy. I don't know, I go into a lot of chat rooms online, so I get into debates with people about this stuff all the time, where I'm just like, I'm also not a person who's a fan of constellations or horoscopes or people who live by those things. I think it's a delusion to look up in the sky and judge who you're going to be based off of what the stars are in the sky when you're born. That has no correlation. Only a human, another human said that has a correlation. And by proxy, another human was like, oh yeah, I believe you. And that's how that started. There was no real anything that went on there. If that's what's considered making an energy connection, then people make connections to the dumbest things. You could argue that connection to looking at the sky and saying that that dictates your life is just as much of a connection as a 60-year-old who's a pedophile. Because they just see it the way that they see it. And I'm not trying to justify either one of the things, because I don't like either one of the things. I don't like people who get these false ideals and belief structures from people who told them how to think. And then they live their entire life thinking this way. And then when something doesn't end up that way, they're like, well, what's up? Well, surely it was just wrong this one time. And they get into the fucking vicious cycle of the dumb shittery that is that line of mental thinking. And I don't like to shame people in spirituality or anything like that. Because, I mean, if you're a person who's just trying to connect with people, then you're a person who's just trying to connect with people. But when people go out of their way and say that there's like this fundamental energy that everything connects on, and there's like a third eye with a pineal gland that reveals the truth, and everyone's pineal gland is calcified so they can't see the real truth, that kind of shit is just nonsense. That stuff needs to stop being peddled in order for humans to actually progress as a civilization. Stuff that has no scientific evidence backing it needs to stop being able to be perpetuated to groups of people so they are gullible enough to even think of that idea that was created by another human. It had no real anything. It was just something said by a person who thought it. It's no different than you thinking any thought right now and saying that as a belief. That is literally the same thing. You can believe in anything you want to. You can believe in dog farts as the savior of the universe. It has just as much weight to it. Because it's a belief. I can believe that the world will become a better place in 100 years. But that's just wishful thinking. In reality, if the world keeps continuing in the way it's going right now, it'll just be a worse place. Filled with even more trash, even more plastics that we haven't somehow figured out how to recycle, with boats that go out and recover these plastics in the ocean and reuse them. But no, we don't have machinery. In 2020, when we're shooting rockets up into space, we can't figure out our trash problem and waste problem on the planet. Because everyone's too worried about which god they fucking believe in. It's honestly pathetic on so many different levels of a intelligent being that I don't even like to bring it up, because people hate when you're right. And that is the biggest problem with the world right now, is people don't want to be corrected and people don't want to change their lifestyle. But you have to change your lifestyle in order for stuff to change and become better. And certain countries are making that jump. But in general, everyone is resolved with the same problem of shipping all their fucking electronic waste and other types of waste off to other places, or shoving it in a landfill and not doing anything with it, or recycling it, because shoving it into a landfill takes out half of the time. I say half of the time, that's gingerly speaking, like 99% of the time that it would take to recycle stuff out of trash, when people just throw everything into one bag and throw it out. It's so terrible. And again, half of this problem is just because religion forces people to be this complacent, if I want to do something my way, you have to let me do it my way. And this is the world right now. The world is, let me do stuff my way, even if it's incorrect and bad for the environment, because I want to have my own say in the world. And it's like, when you have shit like that existing because of either culture, arrogance, or ignorance, because all three of those things are separate but all have the same stemming problems from them. You all get the same issues either way. And granted, there's never going to be a perfect world, but the world that we live in right now could be a hell of a lot better if people just stopped clinging to bullshit from the past. And the funny thing is that most of the people who are alive right now complaining about the bullshit in the past weren't alive for that bullshit. They just had to hear their parents talk about it every day. The old adage of, when I was young, we had to walk through 2 feet of snow to school 45 minutes every morning in negative 20-degree weather. It was blizzarding like hell. When in reality, they did that maybe once a winter, if that, and it was mostly just walking through plowed roads. Because even back then they had basic snow plows and stuff, and people were not just going to sit there and deal with 2 feet of snow when people back then needed to be able to get supplies and other shit like that. If you lived in a northern climate, most of the time you weren't going to be able to get water very easily because your pipes would fucking freeze before we invented insulated piping. I don't know. There's a lot of bullshit that is spread about, especially because older people, it's just like anything else. When you go through something, people always like to exaggerate and flavor it up. And granted, there are things in the past that are bad. I'm not going to mention them because they're self-explanatory, and there has been a lot of issues surrounding it recently. So I don't want to breach into that branch of, like, that kind of stuff. I'm mostly just talking about general bullshit of we get past a hump in society, but society can't handle that hump. We get motorized vehicles, but no one can handle the regulations that need to be placed on them. And people go, you can't tell me how to drive my car or what car I should drive, and then they have to get legal about it. And then you have to have cars with emission tests and all the regulations, because that kind of stuff didn't exist back then. And it's just like now. There needs to be more regulations on what you are allowed and not allowed to do with your waste. Which sounds like a fucked up thing, but it's been a problem for so long. I don't even need to say it's a problem. It's been a problem. Most Americans don't want to face it as a problem, though. There's a reason why America is one of the... Despite the fact everyone knows about recycling in America, no one gives a fuck about it. The closest recycling plant around here, I have to drive 45 minutes, and they only do soda cans and stuff like that. They don't do bulk, like big recycling, or electronic recycling, or any of that kind of stuff. And you get 5 cents a can. So 90% of the time, it's not even worth going out there to get the money from recycling. Also, I'll talk about the 5G thing in a little bit. Sorry, I need to use the bathroom. But yeah, on the whole 5G thing, I know that for certain I am not well educated in radiation. But one thing I do know for certain is that there is a big difference in between ionizing radiation and non-ionizing or radio frequency radiation. Microwaves and stuff like holding a phone up to your head or shit like that, what people claim like does damage to you, is not a significant enough of anything to do anything. It's just like being next to a microwave. Being next to a microwave protects you from the microwave. The reason why microwaves are designed with that grid pattern on the front side where you can look in is because microwaves can't escape through that sized gap. This is why every microwave in existence has the same sized gaps in the front window. And that's a controlled thing. And that's a thing that does a targeted, specific thing. And that is a good example of what radio frequency radiation does when exposed to it. Does radio frequency cause damage to cells? Yes. Does anything that you do in life cause damage to cells? Yes. You could argue that scratching your skin gives you a higher likelihood of getting skin cancer because you're destroying the skin cells constantly, causing new ones to be formed, giving more chance for an error. Because that's really how cancers start. And for people to say that because 5G is being implemented, that it is going to start causing a bunch of cancers, just because of a couple scientific studies which were done in closed environments with very high doses of that type of radiation, which is known. If you were to, for example, go and put your head up to a 5G tower, you'd probably get flush in the face, and you'd probably not even know that you had the sickness before you had it. Because the whole thing about being sick from radio frequency emissions is you don't know that you are affected by it until you're already overdosed on it. But it does not do the same type of damage that actual ionizing radiation can do. Ionizing radiation, when it goes through you, it doesn't stop. You're a shield for it. Sometimes, if it's a weak particle of ionizing radiation, then you probably do stop it. But if it isn't, if it's like an alpha or a gamma particle, then that is going straight through you like a fucking bullet. You could be standing in front of a radioactive object and that radiation could pass through you and hit the guy behind you. Because it is basically hitting your cells and piercing you like a bullet. And that's what the sun does on a daily basis. It hits you with electrons that pierce your fucking skin. And, well, I say electrons or photons. And electrons and other things. But basically, you get radiation and a bunch of shit that bombards your skin. And that stuff just fucking hits through you like a bullet penetrating through butter. Like it's nothing. And that has a way higher likelihood of causing cancer than being exposed to electromagnetic radiation at small levels all the time. And that's because, or sorry, not electromagnetic radiation, but it's technically the same thing. Electromagnetic radiation and radio frequency radiation is technically the same thing, just because of how 5G and stuff like that works. But that's getting into like the whole electromagnetic field and how like radio frequencies operate in a magnetic field and how they can affect the environment in a sense beyond just humans, but also the atmosphere and stuff. And there have been multiple studies on this done in the past where the information is kind of on the down low. It's one of those things that Alex Jones always used to talk about with the HARP facilities and them being able to control the weather and shit like that. That is not an untrue claim. That has been known for actually many years. I believe the military was actually the first thing that tried to construct a weather controlling device. But I could be wrong on that. It was either the military or the CIA. It was one of those two things were the first ones to try and create something like that. And people, again, will call some of that stuff conspiracy theory stuff. But again, you're talking about a person who was right about stuff 6 to 8 months before any mainstream information was known about said things in question. Like the whole Epstein situation that went on. And how Alex Jones predicted exactly what would happen and how it happened. The place it happened at. What the place was called. He predicted everything about it before anything else was known to the public mainstream media.
Time traveler.
What's funny is it wasn't even on like his own website. I believe it was on a Joe Rogan podcast where he said that. About the whole Epstein thing and shit like that. Long before Epstein was even known to be that. So, people always called him crazy, and there are certain things that he has said that are crazy, but a lot of the stuff he actually says is true. So as much as people always shit on him, I have a respect for him because he has been right. He used to be the guy who spilled crazy information until he started being right, like 95% of the time. And then when he started being right 95% of the time, everyone started looking at him like, what's the next big thing you're going to say, all Lord of Conspiracies? That's how I am now. I can't wait to hear the next thing that Alex Jones says. Because, honestly, you never know if it's actually going to be true or not. Because so much of the shit that he has said that has been completely outlandish completely turns out to be true. And I think that's more of a thing that people are missing nowadays. Is just a person who has real information on shit that goes on. Because people are so clouded, like I said, with their beliefs and all this other garbage, which really don't fucking... Like, it does matter. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. It does matter if someone's personal health is in question. If their mental health is in question and religion is their, like, savior in that case, then so be it. But in a lot of cases, the person doesn't really need religion. They don't think about it on a regular basis until someone else brings it up or asks them if they are religious, and then they say something about it. And I'm just like, why even at that point? Like, you just do it so in your own head you have a reason to be schizophrenic. I'm like, being religious is a way that you can get away with being schizophrenic without having to have psychiatric examinations. Because talking to another person in your head, as long as it's God, is okay, apparently. But if it's your made-up friend Charlie or something like that, your stuffed animal from when you were a kid, nah, you're fucking crazy. Go in the loony bin. Go with your hands tied behind your back in a soft room for fucking 20 years, douchebag. Honestly, the world's so fucked. The world's fucked and it's got section infections. Terrorists and rebels die for their directions. It's from a rap song. Brothers of the Stone, they see you. In case you're wondering. 1 second, though.
How long are you going to stream for roughly? I gotta go help with something. Also yeah, the world is fucked. I honestly don't see any hope. Anyway, sorry, if you're still streaming when I'm done, I'm come back.
Yep, that's fine, man. Have a good one. Listen to that song now. It's a good tune. It's a crime it only has 300,000 views.
What?
No! It's so hard to avoid. Why spears won medieval combat. The spear I'm using right now, or at least the one that I have my thing refashioned to, that thing would be unwieldy as fuck in real life and so scary. That long blade spinning it around like that, you could so easily nick yourself in it. If it's actually as sharp and as thin as it looks, that's an evisceration. Evisceration. It's a calculated evisceration. Calculated. I'm gonna make a lot of people angry by having this many uneven stats.
Irashai. Nanika 探し物?
So many weapons with no sets. Can't wait for ethereal gear. Oh yeah, I haven't been killing any revenants, so there shouldn't be any low level green stuff.
いらっしゃい。またどうぞ。
don't know how that first one didn't.
It's been a while. Well, it's good to have you on my side. Going after me is one thing, but those cowards went for Joseph.
How many fucking burst attacks is there gonna be from these kids? William, can you do more than one attack at a time? Thanks. God damn it. Shut up, William. Tesla's pigeon? I saw this guy's rev the other day. Did you get close to me? Attack me like you're supposed to.
Looks like I owe you all. Thank you. I'm grateful to you.
いらっしゃい。またどうぞ。いらっしゃい。何か探し物？
I think like my music's really loud in my ears sometimes, and then I take my headphones out and it's super quiet. Because now I'm like super self-conscious of it, so I never have my earbuds up loud. I'm gonna have another smoke real quick. And then I'll grind until I hit 300, and then once I hit 300, I'm gonna call it there.
Give me a minute or two.
Alright, sorry, I'm back. Why I keep talking. Jordan's like super snatchy. That actually helps. Sorry, my cough is so annoying.
tanky board. Oh, that's useful. No, that was the most bullshit. I actually died. That skill is so bad. I would expect to get a soul core from him, but he doesn't have one.
MOG trophy.
MOG what? MLG trophy? Oh. MLG shrimp? Shrimps are pretty rich.
That was really good.
Oh. You probably haven't seen the 1,000 other times I've done this then. That was like one of the worst ones I've done in a while. The one like 5 or 6 tries ago. I did it. I think in less than 1.5 minutes or something. If not less than that. It was really fast. That was with the Kusa though. Not even a good Kusa either. Kusa's just fucking... They'll always be overpowered. Just press square in high stance. Why would you ever go for sickle damage? Unless you're Reaper's fan. Die, bud.
Already 3-0-0.
so delayed with that. It's the only yokai skill I can't ever seem to carry. The first attack. They do that. They're not dwellers. That's the one I was hoping for before. No! He was doing it like a fighting game there. Grab on the get up. That was such a bad dodge. He was afflicted by lightning. No, this isn't even a spear build. I do a general purpose build, otherwise known as the Jack of all trades. Specializes in no specific weapon, but is probably the best with axes and odachis just because of the stats. I ran the same type of build in Nioh 1. Except in Nioh 1 you can actually become 100% invulnerable to elemental damage. You can't in this game without blocking. Because they nerfed all the skills to give you elemental damage reduction. Just out of the time signature of having used the yokai skill and not being able to press R2 circle. Because I mean, I pressed the button, but
My spear build is also a general purpose build.
Oh, this didn't even turn out to be a spear build. Again, I don't even have it focused on that at all. Like I said, this build is best with axe, just because stats. But even then, I see the attack rating on this, and I'm like, it's actually not that impressive.
I see.
When you consider that this has 2029 as well. But single sword attack rating is deceptive, because it says it has 2029, but it's not going to hit anywhere near as much per hit as the axe will. The axe will easily hit 2k, 3k average once I have the attack buff from Tengen. The sword will hit maybe 1.5, 1k. I actually don't like the single sword that much. I think out of all the weapons in the game, it's the hardest power creeped weapon in the game, and the entire weapon relies upon you spamming draw strikes to deal any good damage, unless you want to only use... Even Morning Moon, it's like other weapons have better triangle at end of combos for high stance, like spear and dual swords. And then dual swords also just has better moveset everywhere. Its low stance has a better moveset, its mid stance has a better moveset. The only purpose in single katana for me is like multiple enemies, and even then I'm just like, just put on the Odachi. Then you can just super armor through everything with Moonlit Snow. Single katana is just like, do you want an inferior way to deal with every single enemy in this game with a really bad moveset, where almost none of the triangle at end of combos are good? The square at end of combo that they added is arguably bad in most circumstances. It just adds to your downtime in between combos without adding a whole lot of extra damage. It's not like God of Wind.
My spear build is based on twisting spear and thrusts, but can use any second weapon.
No, I don't have anything. I don't like the fact that Team Ninja even put skill damage for weapons on light armor, gloves specifically. I think that is incredibly stupid and actually ruins the build diversity in this game. Because in the first game, you could just be a way more general all-purpose build and still do really, really solid damage. You can't in this game. If you want to hit 20 to 30,000 damage, you have to be a specialist build. But I could easily hit into the 100Ks with my character if I was super juiced in Nioh 1. Come on, dude. Can one of these guys be hit when they're doing an attack or something? Can I get some rid of? Thank you. This is the most broken weapon in the game. I don't care what anyone says. In most general circumstances, the dual swords, you can just walk up to enemies and spam that attack. But it's like I said, its moveset all around is just better than almost every other weapon in the game. Just functionally speaking. Dual sword axe is like my go-to setup for Nioh 1. I did this all the way to 999 on stream, so Granted, I used probably the cheesiest crappy build outside of a living weapon build to do it, but at least it wasn't a living weapon build, and it wasn't a critical build, and it wasn't a one-shot build. It was a you just play the fucking game and don't die to stuff build. Which is the only kind of build that I want in one of these games. I hate the fact that all modern RPGs are based around the 1% pile. Because I am a good player, but I hate being forced into stupid stigmas of other players because they decided to make a YouTube video and nerfed my favorite thing, got my favorite thing nerfed, or whatever the fuck the situation may be. And I don't even mean on our side, I also mean in the Japanese community, because they do the same shit that they do here. So. I think I pressed R1 and not R2. So much damage. Even compared to the spear, it's like, what the fuck? If I actually play it like hardcore like I would in Nioh 1, pretty much everything is gonna die the second it spawns. And I only use that jumping skill in low stance for flavor. If I was actually doing Abyss or something, I would take that skill off and just put double God of Wind on low and mid so I could cycle through them with infinite God of Wind. You can cycle it just with one stance, but it requires an extra input every time you double flux, so fuck that. You never played the first Nioh? The first Nioh has a lot better build. The weapon re-rolling system is a little bit worse, but there's a lot more diversity in the way that that's designed. You can have a lot more damage bonuses on a single weapon. In Nioh 2, you can't overlap more than one damage bonus outside of final blow and grapple damage. In Nioh 1, you could have damage bonus familiarity, damage bonus stamina, which was called change to attack in Nioh 1, and they pretty much forced the entire community to change their language in between games because they wanted to decide and try and fix their broken English from the first one. I mean, in the first game, they have electrified spelled 2 different ways. So...
I never knew that. That's OP as hell.
Yeah, so you could have a change to attack or purple damage bonus familiarity, and then in the Abyss you could get star rolled ethereal items which would give you 30% damage to a specific skill. So like 30% to Titanic Strength or 30% to Sign of the Cross or EI Quick Draw, and then ethereal set bonuses would all be geared towards specific things. So you'd have like There was one that was specifically for EI Quick Draw called Futsunushi that gave you 60% EI Quick Draw damage on top of the Quick Draw damage you could get rolled onto the weapon. And in Nioh 1 you could also get above A+ damage bonuses, like where the change to attack is on this, or the attack bonus stamina. You can get higher than A+ once it goes up to ethereal. You can get double A. And there are even some things in the game that can get AAA, but those aren't really that good, even though they can get AAA. Like damage lightness. It's just not worth it. Just like damage bonus, no armor. Unless you're a god, it's not worth it, and even then it's not worth it, because you can just have better stats with better armor anyways. Because Team Ninja doesn't know numbers. And they struggled with numbers in the first game, and they fucked the numbers even worse in this game. So it's even more abhorrently balanced. I've seen people in co-op hit bosses for 50k damage with specialist builds in this game, where they have all inheritable of a specific skill, like this. They have all inheritable of that on their weapon, and then they have all attack put on their weapon with this shit, and it's all just... Or, sorry, not on their weapon. On their gear. On every piece of gear that they have. Every piece of gear will have the damage bonus to the skill, extra attack from the orange inheritable, and it's just... That's your only way to get high damage in Nioh 2, and it's a terrible armor system. If you play the first game and realize how much easier it is to make a strong build in that game compared to the shit fire that is Nioh 2's item system, why do you think I haven't even filled out all these? Because unlike most people who are playing this version seriously, I know that once the first DLC comes out, all of my armor is going to be obsolete, and all the money and time I spent and put into it won't matter. Because the same shit happened in the first game 3 times. Because when each DLC releases, a level cap increases and the gear level cap increases. And they didn't add a skill until the 3rd DLC that let you soul match an item and reset the number of soul matches, so it didn't cost $2 million to soul match it up a level. It's ridiculous. It's completely dumbfounded, and the fact that Nioh 2 basically starts out in the beginning state of Nioh 1, but does not have the level of diversity that Nioh 1 had in it. Nioh 1 had so much more diversity in terms of being able to mix different stats together. You can't do shit in this game. And they went out of their way to make the only stats you want to get harder to get. Things like damage bonus agility almost never fucking show up on ranged weapons in Nioh 2. Almost purposefully so. It's like they knew that that's the only damage bonus you want on your ranged weapon, because all the other ones don't affect your melee weapon outside of enemies defeated damage bonus. And equipment weight damage bonus, but if you're running my build, you don't need that because you already get it with Tatanashi. And most people in Nioh 1, if you play through Nioh 1, you're going to come across 3 types of endgame builds. You're going to come across the guy doing the Dragon Ninja, Jin Hayabusa, Ninja Gaiden roleplay setup. You're going to come across the super try-hard random ethereal guy who's got, like I said, Futsunushi and stuff
Hopefully
on.
Upcoming
Or
DLC will have better variety on builds.
No, because the problem is built into the rerolling system. The problem isn't the gear. The problem is the rerolling system. The fact that you can't put the same stuff on a piece of gear that you could put in Nioh 1. You're the only person I know who has played Nioh 2 without playing the first game. And I can say if you play the first game all the way through to the Abyss and go to that end game, you will quickly figure out how fucked Nioh 2 is in terms of its general balance. Like I tell everyone, its entire game balance is fucked. It's not just one part of it is fucked. Everything is fucked. The player's damage, the skills actions. For example, if you've used Spear and like Spear a lot, you're probably familiar with a skill called Chidori. And Chidori is actually a fucking disgusting skill in Nioh 1 against human enemies. Because not just the knock-up part actually knocks them up. The 3 pokes at the end can also lift a person up into the air. In Nioh 1. In Nioh 2, they nerfed it and made it so only the knock-up, when it hits them, when they're out of key, actually launches them into the air. To make the skill 100% correct with the tooltip. Which was a nerf to the skill, because in Nioh 1, you could literally go up to any human enemy, do Chidori, and lift them up in the air, and they wouldn't be able to do anything after that. In Nioh 1, before patch 1.06, when the game had just came out, there was actually juggling in the game, but they patched juggling out of a game which has fighting game-like systems in it. All because it made killing certain humanoid bosses that much more easy. Because once you figured out how to just keep them infinitely in the air, because it literally didn't take anything. Anything reset their juggle. You could throw a shuriken, a kunai, you could hit them with a fire bomb, even if they were just close to the ground. You could smack them in the air with your weapon and they'd go back up 20 feet into the air and they'd fall back down. And you could just keep launching them back up. You might even be able to find old videos of that on YouTube. But you'd have to look on, like, the Japanese side. If you hate the re-rolling system in this game, in Nioh 1 it's way worse. In Nioh 1 they didn't have Umbra Sight until after the 3rd patch of the game, or the 2nd patch, second DLC came out.
Off in damage and so forth.
They added the system for Umbra Sight, which allowed you to pick from a list. You don't even get to pick from a list in Nioh 1's original game. You just selected a stat you wanted to reroll, and it just replaced it with another random one. You do not know how fucking hard it was in original Nioh to re-roll a purple change to attack onto a weapon. To just roll it onto it normally. You would have to triple re-roll for like 30 minutes straight. Triple re-roll means select 3 different stats to re-roll at once, because you actually got a higher value if you re-rolled 3 at once. So for example, on the screen right now, you see how the weapons all have like stats which aren't perfectly numerically valued? They're all annoyingly 1 digit lower, but for some reason you can't get that 1 extra digit. That's because they removed the system from Nioh 1 that lets you get that 1 extra digit. That was the triple re-rolling system. Because there's no normal re-rolling in Nioh 2, you cannot get perfectly rolled stats. You could not get 23% active skill break. You can only get 22.9%. Because reasons. It doesn't make any sense. It's just inherently bullshit. And the fact that they have, like I said, if you play Nioh 1 and you learn about these systems, and then you come to Nioh 2 and you're like, where the fuck is half of the game? Where'd it go? Like, where did fucking just magically get deleted to? I want to know. I'm honestly curious. They deleted half the game and replaced it with a switchglaive and dual hatchets. That's what they did, basically. Guardian spirits used to tell you actual stats about their living weapon form. How long they lasted, what their tenacity was, and it was listed in letter grades, just like the things on weapons are. So it would have like an A+ tenacity, or a D in, I can't remember any. The only one that comes to my brain is tenacity at the moment. But there's like 4 or 5 different stats in Nioh 1 that each Guardian Spirit has. And Guardian Spirits and Living Weapon in Nioh 1 is actually impactful. And it was broken so much to the point where they nerfed it into the ground, but still left it in kind of a workable, usable state. And then, come Nioh 2, they show like, oh, you're going to be able to transform into a demon. You're going to be able, it's going to have yokai shift, and you're going to have demon abilities and stuff like that. And then you play like funny Benny Hill music to your character in yokai shift being two-tapped by a normal basic skeleton out of your yokai shift. Wow, this big strong demon with this hammer goes to swing at tiny little skeleton, and skeleton goes, hey, and slashes twice, and you're knocked out of your living weapon instantly. You're knocked out of your fucking yokai form. That is, to me, that is the most, like, is this a PvP MMO? Or is this an RPG that you're supposed to play by yourself? Because sometimes I think it's actually confused about what it is. I think that this game, the developers think that this is like a PvP game, sometimes. Because the way that they balance it is the way that you balance a PvP game. Yeah, because it's not worth it. And if you ask most players, they generally will say that. But have the developers done anything to buff it or encourage you to use it? No. The only thing they have done is worried about nerfing Otaki Maru because everyone keeps using it because they don't know how to make numbers. We're going to nerf the unarmed scaling of the one-eyed Oni and the flip attack. Though, we're going to pay attention to that small subset of people who were doing unarmed builds with yokai skills. We're going to nerf that. But make sure the Otaki Maru spammers that do 95% of the thing's HP, make sure those guys stay. Otaki. I keep saying Otaki. Otake Maro. I can't speak tonight. For whatever reason. Sorry, I get tilted just thinking about this group of 10 to 12 idiots in an office building worrying about the numbers that an unarmed scaling attack does instead of worrying about all the other fucking useless skills and the lack of build diversity and the fact that half of their player base left within 2 weeks because the second they got to endgame they were like, oh god, you have to farm orange inheritables from other people's revenants and hope people can forge the fucking crap that they want? I'm out of here. And half of the community is just like, nope. Even a lot of the super hardcore people who stuck with Nioh 1 all the way to the end noped the fuck out of Nioh 2's current endgame. Because it's not even fun to build up to it. I play it because I enjoy the combat. That's the fun part for me. I could do the combat, it doesn't matter, any time of the week. Even if Nioh 2 went down the absolute drain, I would still probably play Nioh 1 occasionally just because I love the combat system. I would miss burst counters because there are things about Nioh 1 which are incredibly unfair. You know, like the Namahages, the friggin' furry coat guys with the big meat cleaver type weapons. Those guys in Nioh 1 will one-shot you almost every single time they grab you. Their damage is so much higher in Nioh 1, it's not even funny. Even in the first difficulty. The first difficulty DLC where those enemies were introduced alongside the long necks in Nioh 1, because those were DLC enemies in Nioh 1. Same with the blue ninja yokai. The blue ninja yokai, which have all the stupidly fast moves, and the Kusas, those were from Nioh's DLC. Which then redid the entire game. So you don't even get to play the original version of Nioh that I got to play with its original level design, because they pulled a Scholar of the First Sin. If you're familiar with the Dark Souls franchise, Halfway through the development, when they released one of the DLCs, they revamped the entire game and put new enemies. They didn't change entire levels completely, so I shouldn't say they Scholar the First sinned it. But they added a lot of enemies into areas and added a lot of different things, especially into later areas of the game and higher difficulties. So if you thought you knew something, you didn't know it anymore. And they kind of do the same thing in Nioh too, where it's like, oh, this version of this map, you have to get the key here, but in the Twilight version, you have to get the key here. And it's like, okay, why? It's literally the same mission, except for it's a bunch of yokai instead of humans, but okay. The key somehow gets all the way to the top of the building instead of on the second floor, but whatever. And you think that's bad, try mental mapping every single version of the Abyss debuff floors that you have to clear a debuff in the Abyss in Nioh 1. Hopefully the improved Abyss that they've talked about for Nioh 2 is actually improved. Because if you try some of the Nioh 1 stuff, as much as I'm talking about it being so much better, there is a lot of questionable stuff about that game. The end game stuff in the Abyss with my tanky Tatanashi build that took 0 elemental damage, if one of the end game bosses at like floor 980 to 999 hit my character, it would do like 8,000 to 12,000 damage. And my character only had 7,000 HP. Max level. Max level, full heavy armor. Maxed out defense, as high plus level as I could get at that point. Because in Nioh 1, you can't even put gear together at high level to actually level it up that much, because you're not going to get that much gear and you're going to spend so much time leveling it up. So you actually throw away anything that's not within 1 to 2 levels of something, because in Nioh 1, you will spend actually 3 to 4 hours going through stuff if you literally save all plus items and always plus level everything up. It's excessive to another level. And it's why I can completely understand why some people say Nioh 1's level of looting is just excessive. Because it is. You're introduced to ethereals and Way of the Wise, and they're like super scarce, and it makes you think that there's going to be some rare loot rarity, and then Way of the Nioh hits, and the first fucking map, the first loot pile you get on the ground drops an ethereal, and you're just like,
so
eye roll.
basically you needed to have a fully decked build to finish endgame.
You just roll your eyes, and you're just like, yep. And then you start to realize that almost every single enemy drops an ethereal, and some of them drop 2 or 3 ethereals. And then it just becomes this never-ending fucking filled inventory if you don't just get rid of everything immediately. That's why you see me do how I clear my inventory a lot of the time, just to make room for more greens, is I just go here and go like this. And that gets rid of all purple and lower stuff. Since you can't plus level green stuff with plus level purple stuff, but plus level purple stuff didn't even exist in Nioh 1. That's just an added bullshit mechanic they added for Nioh 2 that has no purpose at all. Because by the time you're going to be plus leveling your purple stuff, you're going to be getting green stuff. Which is going to be much better than your plus leveled purple stuff. And can have more plus level and just has higher stats in general. If you wanted to do Abyss, even just getting through Way of the Nioh, if I'm being honest, Way of the Nioh is fucking insane. Way of the Demon really gets people.
Don't drop and is tied to luck.
Oh yeah, Nioh 1 has the same thing with 320 items, which will probably be the same case in this game if I'm guessing on how they're going to do stuff. Having a fully decked out build didn't even really save you, though, a lot of the time. Like I said, full heavy armor, full defense, as much plus level as I could get, and bosses would one-shot me. The main objective was just avoid being hit. Don't get hit by melee, but if anything elemental comes your way, you can let it hit you. Or if a projectile... My character in Nioh 1 was 100% immune to projectile damage and 100% immune to elemental damage. I could stand an environmental fire on my character and do a gesture, and I would say I trolled people doing that, but a lot of the time people weren't obviously smart enough to try and step in the fire with my character. They would just send me a message like, "Are you hacking?" And I'm like, nope. Just one of the ridiculous builds you can do in Nioh 1 that you can't do in Nioh 2 anymore. I have pretty much the same exact setup as Nioh 1. I only get 70% elemental instead of 100%. They took away 30% of your potential ability to get the stats, because the chest piece used to give more, the Tatanashi set used to give more, the amount that you could get on accessories used to be higher. There used to be so many other things that could be higher that would get you towards 100%. It was insane. Because you could both have 100% resistance to firearms and elemental. Even though a lot of elemental stuff in Nioh 1 was actually counted as a projectile. So having firearms resistance, for example, made you immune to Tengu's wind when it shot a wind projectile at you. Because in Nioh 1, there were two other elements called wind and earth, which don't exist in Nioh 2. They got replaced with purify and corruption. Because wind used to be a crucial element. Tengen, for example, used to be a wind spirit, not a fire spirit. But apparently they can just change their own mythos on a whim. One second.
Okay, thanks for the knowledge. Going to go do Twilights now.
All right, man. Have a good one. on, burst me. fucker. I'm just gonna do one more mission and then go to sleep. I'll deal with my inventory tomorrow. I'm gonna go to sleep. Have a good one.